Yo, what's going on, everybody? It's a lovely, fresh Friday morning. At least it's, it's 10 degrees today, and it's double what it was yesterday morning. So we're already starting off way better. Let's head to the saucer as we do. My Discord is completely broken right now. Like, I can look at it on my phone, but I logged on my PC and it's just all the channels are down, all the DMs are down. It's just gone. So it's a good thing I'm streaming, because I wouldn't have been able to tell people if I wasn't. Other than my phone being able to, I guess. Kind of annoying. One day I will win the mini jackpot on NA. This must be why people get so excited about winning, because ever since I came back here, it's been like 2 weeks now, I have not won. It's harder over here, huh? But anyways, schedule for today, Frontline, and that's probably it for the PvP. I don't really feel like doing any crystalline conflict today. So just a Frontline, and then I'm probably rolling on to Shadowbringers. Endwalker, sorry. The last 2 weeks of streaming Shadowbringers. It's made me think that's all we're doing here. But no, we finally get into the new content today. We do a whole new expansion. Hoping to make it to the Tower of Zot. We'll see. We should be able to. I mean, we'll have, over 6 hours to get there. Just because I kind of need to motor on with the MSQ, so my ult is ready for the patch. The PvP can be done off stream. It's nothing too special. Once you've seen one PvP match, you've seen them all. We had a good day of it yesterday. A good hour of PvP. God. I really should have, checked my eyes before stream. There's, sleep in them. I am a bit sleepy today. I think we're good. As long as there's no flakes on my face. But yeah, I woke up and I was just like, man, I don't really feel like getting up right now. So I set my alarm for 45 minutes later. It took me a whole hour to get out of bed this morning. Just big tired. Also, my neck was sore yesterday, so it probably needed some extra recovery time. It feels good now. So hopefully it helped. The emotionally draining day into finishing yesterday. I needed a bit more sleep, I think. But at least the weekend's coming. Don't need to wake up too early tomorrow. I have raid at midday. Won't be streaming it, of course, because it is meeting new people, hopefully forming some kind of friendly bond, and going forward with that group rather than having to find another one. Because, you know, finding a groove immediately would be great. Because then I don't need to worry about it. Looking for a static is like my least favorite part of raiding. To the point where if I was like braver, I would just party find prog. And just go in there whenever you want. But I don't trust people enough in Party Finder. But I will give it a bit more of a go this tier, I think. Especially if I finish early, because then I can help a lot more people and stuff like that. That's the only part of Party Finder I like, is helping people. Clear parties, though. All traps. Like, I wanted to do some PADS practice yesterday, and, you know, went into a PF for, well, it didn't last that long, it was like 20 minutes, because Snake Prog happened. It's like, clear party, Snake Prog. I'm like, sure, maybe I'm not good enough for a clear party right now, because it's been 5 months since I've done the fight. But I wasn't the one screwing up the snakes, so... So as long as you're not the one killing everybody, I think it's fine, right? So that was my extent of my practice in PF before my trial. I'll just go in there tomorrow, and I think most of the people in the group will be in the same boat. You know, pretty much everyone cleared the tier in like January, February. So I'm gonna go over here. So just by that fact alone, you don't really keep going back after you're done with it. Unless you really like Savage. Oh man, I get a biggie. Which, let's be real, Savage is fun in the first few weeks, because your gear isn't like really overpowered, but after that, it ain't the same. Imagine if one of the enemy came by and like one-shot me just real quick. That would be hilarious. We're in the lead right now, but we have no one up here, so it won't last. I do like this front line though. Maybe we should get up on yellow, because then we crush them in between. Then red can wrap around on us and do it to us. Okay. Tab target. I am gonna head back because I do not want to be crushed in between both of them. I was trying to tab target to that summoner for so long. I was just running at him, pressing tab. Not even once did it target the guy that I was directly looking at, who was the closest to me. Where are you going? Is this like a bot? Well, it's healing. I mean, there's nothing on the map, so I might as well just fight it. The damn silence. Surely he can't have mana to heal at least. I feel like, you know, he's just running over here. Got close to me and got off his mount. Definitely a bot, right? Let's see if he comes back. It's like nothing to grab. See, our team overstayed their welcome up there is what happened. Couldn't let him invuln. Nice. Flank yellow. They're losing. Flank red. It's your strategy to get second? I don't want to jump in there. I'm scared. Flank yellow for being stupid. Okay. Let's go down here. I mean, we give yellow this, but they can also stay there and hold red up, so it's a win-win, really. I see you, machinist. You better get out of here. There are some red guys coming. Lots of them. I'm committing. And now I'm running away. We can't fight that. That's an overwhelming force. Oh, Reed took our base. How nice of them. It looks like they're really wanting to push on us too, so maybe we can get some stragglers like this guy. Get the stragglers. I don't know why yellow's here though. Like what? It does seem like yellow just wants to fight us. No one silenced him. Now he's just gonna stand here and steal points from us. Can't believe it. I haven't even used Eventide this battle. There's been no engaging in the PvP for me. That's sort of how I play this Frontline though. I just like doing the PvE objectives. Maybe I should assault the enemy, but we'll fight them when we do. And we won't when we don't. I'm gonna use it now. Just to get a little bit of damage out. You better run, fellow teammate. I turned sprint off. Did this guy's teammates leave him? I think so. I still have a lot of resource. Goddamn warriors though. Just tanks versus tanks. I think that guy's also a healer, so it's like pretty bad. No, I want to see if I can like drag him off the cliff. This is a never-ending battle. We're PvPing, by the way. Look, I'll get my health low, maybe he'll believe. He believed. And he tried to throw me off the cliff, huh? Huh? God. Why did I try to save this healer? Now I've just gotta fight the fucking warrior. Am I gonna have to... Doesn't matter. We finished having a big battle. That was dumb. Oh, we got second. Wasn't really feeling that game anyway. Standing up there fighting that guy. It's what I deserve. I was thinking about Eventide and right at the end there. It's like, am I gonna have to frickin' ult? Like Dark Knight Scholar versus Warrior. It's basically the same thing. I do like that we both tried to throw each other off from the cliff though, because it's like the only way we could win the battle. We're getting there on the comms. 1283. Not bad, not bad. One day I will be a mentor. I've also got to do like the guild heists and some of the extreme trials I haven't done yet. But one day we'll get there. It'll probably happen. Let's go hand in these pants. I'm looking forward to raiding again tomorrow though. Like even though some party finders happened, I don't consider that raiding. You're just in there with NPCs hoping that they do the right thing at that point. So I am looking forward to getting in there and hopefully having a good raid. But that's at midday tomorrow, which is nice for me. Right when it's like warm, well, warmer, because, you know, the middle of the day is probably the warmest point, generally. And I don't need to wake up at like 6 in the morning. It's pretty nice. Just gonna park this character up here and then jump onto the ult. We shall start. We shall begin the end. Or something. I don't know. I think the warrior's close to 78 on this character. So it was getting there. I think if I had like a trial during the middle of this week and I didn't stream, and which means I would have finished Shadowbringers today, the warrior would be 80 before Endwalker. But it's fine. Just means it levels a bit faster now. Do I have any gear to give this character? Or this? I don't think so. Yeah, it's still too low level to get into good stuff. For now. This is level 74. Its gear's pretty shite too. We're getting there. Yeah, we got close to 78 yesterday. With some MSQ roulette. I got Praetorium, thankfully. I'm about halfway to the tomes that I need on both characters. Just put them up for 400, we'll see if they sell. So about halfway with half the time. I don't know if I'll get everything that I want on both characters, but you know, for what little I'm doing, I think it's okay. I don't want to push too hard and not want to play 6-4 before it comes out, you know. 6 chances to win every day. Finally. It's been 2 weeks since I've seen 10,000. Can't get it twice, so. 2 weeks in the making, that 10,000. I used to win like nearly every day. But the fact that it took me that long, not great. Let's do our Fury dailies to start off. And then we will take a boat. Take a trip down to Charlene. I wish my Discord was working so I could like see see that I'm live. I know I am because I can see it. in OBS and the website, but I just like having a third thing telling me that I am. It seems like a lot of people are having that Discord issue though, from what I saw. Go away. So I am not alone. Last one. There he is. These guys are pretty hard to see when you have like the grass and stuff turned up a bit. Alright. So, begin and Endwalker. I do enjoy the Endwalker MSQ. I don't think it's as good as Shadowbringers, but it's close. It's close enough to where it's enjoyable. It did make me cry more, so I'm expecting it to also make me cry more this time. I am big baby. It is what it is. Man, that GCD'd it. Holy. That was some greed. Not that it would have killed me or anything, you know, but to know I can do that. But I'll be doing the same thing I did for the Shadowbringers alt playthrough, you know, skipping all the things that I need to read unless they're actually important. Like, near the end of Endwalker, there's some good ones that will probably make me cry a bit more. But for the most part, they will be skipped. All the cutscenes that are voiced, I will play. So basically it will be the same. But Endwalker instead of Shadowbringers. I'm hoping if my trial goes well this, like tomorrow, I'm hoping that even though I know they are prog and top and kind of want to do a bit of top like before the Savage tier. God damn, that looked weird as heck. Like, a bit of white here coming through. But I would still like to stream the rest of Endwalker, so I hope they give me enough time to do that before the next patch. That's all I need from them. Like, I'm down to do top a few times, but I'd rather just chill until Savage, honestly. But I can have that discussion with them, I'm sure. God, Discord, you're so very broken. I wonder if I can. Let's see. Just opening my taskbar options, because with Windows 11, yes, Windows 11, you can't you can't like click on the taskbar on a different thing. I don't know how to turn that on. I don't know if I can. I'm gonna close Discord though because it's fucking broken. I think tomorrow I rank up with these guys, yeah. Sadly. If it was today I would have got another level, but that's alright. Let's head to Tataru. I will update the title. Starting Endwalker on... So we're almost level 82. Which means we get Heart of Corundum basically right away. Like, we'll arrive in Shaolin, hand in a few quests, and have Heart of Corundum, which will be great, because, let's be real, this is kinda shite. Yeah, like 450k. It'll put us just below. It's been a while since I started Endwalker. Like a year. And the first cutscene gets skipped. It's alright, I know we have another one coming up where we don't skip. And we get to hear Hori Boulder. Who is my true favourite Scion. Let's walk. We'll walk down there. Just a little maid sweeping. The start of Endwalker though, like this first day of Endwalker won't be so exciting. Like if we do the dungeon, sure, that's cool, but you know, it's the beginning of the expansion. It's not like revolutionary or anything. We're going on a trip on our favorite big ship.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
This is true.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
You know, I'm not sure if my eyes are just better today. But after playing through Shadowbringers like, you know, yesterday, I feel like the fidelity of this cutscene might be just a tiny bit better.
Aye.
Maybe it's the lighting.
'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief.
Could be the lighting.
Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louisoix of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
She's sad.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hell's-bent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
I'll bring them back safe and sound, I promise.
I'll hold you to that.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hoary Boulder with a voice. Hell yeah.
Oi, Coulternay, what brings you all this way?
That was my favourite part of Endwalker.
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower.
It's all downhill from here, too much crying.
Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
Good.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Charlian!
Get on the boat, oi oi.
It's time.
We're going over the water.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
The British and the pirates have things in common. I guess that's why the British people loved piracy back in the day.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
We'll be careful. And thus did the Scions head on their way. To lands unfamiliar.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown.
I said it better, Emmett.
A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux.
Hey, Kelly.
In certain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
I skipped my crystalline conflict today because I just wanted to play Endwalker.
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
We go. It has been a year since I've seen this story because I played it on my alt basically right after doing it on my main. So it'll be pretty good.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt.
Don't know how you'd sleep on this boat. Fucking looked uncomfortable as heat.
Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself.
I guess if you're tired enough, you could sleep anywhere.
In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
Should have called this Sleepwalker. Oh my god. A ghost? It's nice that they take your weapon off for this cutscene.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think.
What does it mean?
And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Why now?
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer.
I'm a bit emotional thinking about the story to go. Yeah.
You have gained an understanding of what I truly am. What Eidolon has always been. A primal.
It's beginning.
Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world. And I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine.
Kind of nice, like if you notice it, you can actually see Charlene in the background in this cutscene. I didn't really notice that the first time I went through here. Too busy focusing on the Heidelin.
Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlian's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Peace. Endwalker's gonna be rough. I mean, it was rough the first 2 times. It's rough every other time I've watched someone play it. It's gonna be rough again.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
I understand that feel in the morning.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Excuse me, streamer. What did you just say?
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Charlian.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Estinian would punch your dad in the face.
As Sir Estinian said, forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlian proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Takes me back. Day 1 of the expansion. You know, when I first logged in to play Endwalker, my sound wasn't working. So I had to log out of the game. The queue was like 6 hours long when I logged back in. I hope the queues aren't that big again when 7-0 comes out.
Sharlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Ala Megan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
I like Sharlayan as a city though. It actually feels like a real city. Like this and Kugane are my favorite, I think.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlian all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Yes, Karen has to let us in.
So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlian's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Crown has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
Yep, let's do it. Sharlayan was awesome when the expansion first came out though. People everywhere, people just doing stuff, it was great.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
I guess it was probably that way every expansion for every city that came out with the expansions, but I was never part of it because I'm Shadowbringer baby.
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahart here of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today.
Her face just got flashbanged, holy.
And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
Impressive.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Well, I'm not an artisan. Tuyvan, champion of eels here.
And it is a title well earned, I can assure you.
Thanks, Graha.
An adventurer by trade.
It's not what I said.
Documentation indicates. No mention of this particular title. Self-appointed, I take it. Either way, your employer seems willing to vouch for your character, so I shall, albeit reluctantly, grant you entry. Champion.
Thank you. That's me,
And you,
champion.
sir?
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
I chose artisan the first time I came here, obviously, because I had all my crafting and everything. I'm like, that would get me in for sure. First time I've seen the champion route.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Jobless.
If you'll allow me. My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Good old Cryle. Saving the day.
Cryle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Man, that Graha simpage was so fast when I said champion of Eorzea. Holy. First quest done. The second quest finish will level me, which is great. Easy skip. Accompany me. I'm so glad they updated this accompany and stuff, right? Like, when it first came out, you couldn't mount. You had to keep them with you. It's like, oh my god. You couldn't teleport around. It was gross. I think the only escort like this that I'm gonna read in this game is the one in the final zone. Because that one will make me cry. And I'm a glutton for punishment. I shall attune. Yeah. And set as home point. Charlian's a good home. Considering I'll be coming back here a few times. Yeah, like it was fine if you wanted to take your time and run around and talk to everyone like I did on my first playthrough, but it was also a bit messy if you like lost one of your NPCs somewhere. Like, oh, I can't take that shortcut, my NPC has gone. You know, I still haven't finished the quest to unlock the box on the seat on my main. I found like one of the three. Because I want to do it without a guide, but I kind of forgot about it. So maybe I'll get back to doing that soon. And it's the only quest in Charlie and I didn't finish. Because at the start of the expansion, I wanted to get all the side story stuff done. Because I was like, might as well, you know, it's the first expansion I'm part of when it comes out. Let's just complete everything. It didn't last very long. I finished Rads and Han and Charlian and that was it. Better luck next time, I guess. I'm not really sure what I want to do for a story, like, going forward. Obviously, I have 3 characters now, so I only need to play it on 1, but I'm sort of like, you know, when 7.0 comes out, I might not stream the story. No one really watches it anyway because everyone's playing it. So I wouldn't expect anyone to be watching me play through the story, definitely. But I'm sort of like, maybe I just take a week off for 7.0 and play through the story myself and come back when I'm doing actual content. and then play through on stream on one of the alts. Because getting first impressions is always good for stream content. You know, more tiers and stuff, but at the same time, I did enjoy the way I did it with Endwalker, not having to worry about trying to be a little bit entertaining from time to time. I'm gonna go get the safe right before I go in there. Plus, I talked to every NPC in my first playthrough. Every NPC I came across, didn't matter if they were part of a quest or what. If I saw them, I talked to them. It was great. Yeah, exactly.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
I feel like there's a lot of new people that are streaming this game now, and they don't really get to enjoy the story as much as they could. Even though it's so emotional and everything, there's always like people talking at you, people hanging around you. It's just like, gets a bit overwhelming, I think.
It's fine, Oriange. We're all here now.
People telling you to look at the sky and look at the weather and go over there. Like,
Let's get down to business then, shall we?
I don't think I could ever put up with that for too long.
Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it.
It's
And
an
at the other
interesting
extreme,
thought.
we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois.
Hey, if you've got the technology, why not? Like, staying out of history but wanting to record it all? That ain't for me.
Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, it simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
It's the Catboy hands again.
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian.
You're gonna notice it every time from now on, Kelly.
Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nadana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
No, the Gleaners are in Sharlayan, not Radzat-Han.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
Alright, let me just divide myself. I mean, I can probably do that, right? I've got a few reflections within me.
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Honestly, when I played through last, it didn't really feel like they needed me, did they?
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
We just went and looked at some grapes or something.
Of
Well,
course,
I remember.
the more the merrier.
Fucking
Right.
great.
The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair.
Ha ha ha, look at these grapes.
I passed through Thavnair on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
The boys.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
I think I actually fell asleep during the Sharlayan portion of this the first time playing through it, because obviously I had to wait in that 6-hour queue before I could play. And it was already like midnight before I got on. So I did the Thavnair version first, and then I went to Sharlayan and fell asleep. Heart of Corundum, it's here. Because I remember waking up the next day and seeing a pole running around. I'm like, ah, hello. Because he was gone for like a week before Endwalker started, and he got back a day later and was doing the same quest I was the day after. It's nice getting Heart of Corundum to start the expansion. It's the best button that a Gunbreaker hates. Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't know which one I want to do first now. Because on one hand you have to come back here. So I'm thinking maybe Radzed Han first would be good. I do want to grab this Aetheryte though. So I'll grab that while I make my decision. But I also like the Radzed Han one a little bit more because it's less looking at books. I'm not going to be reading them this time at least, so maybe that will help. Maybe if I do Sharlayan first, it will make more sense going into the dungeon. Alright, I've convinced myself. Sharlayan it is. Get the boring part out of the way first. Yep, this is definitely a quest. See, last time I read all of this, obviously to myself, so it was a little bit easier than reading it out loud, but it was still a lot. Yeah, it does have some alright bits. It's not all terrible. It was probably just really late for me and I wasn't having it. I mean, the same thing happened after Zodiac the first time. Like, you kill Zodiac, it's like really hype. And then you get Loporrits and I'm like, I'm going to bed, I can't deal with this, it's 4 in the morning. But they're not the worst part of Endwalker. The worst part of Endwalker is when you go back to the Labyrinth and, you know, you're waiting to build a spaceship or something and they just make you run around and do some shitty, boring stuff. It's like, oh. Sorry, were you waiting long? No. I keep getting messages from the people that own Minecraft because I haven't migrated my account. And they want me to, and I'm just like, am I ever gonna play Minecraft again? I kinda doubt it. And if I do, I'll just buy a new one. It's like $10. I just don't want to deal with it. They've been asking me to migrate my account for like a whole year. I'm probably like the last person who hasn't done it. Nah, there'll be others. The hunt for specimens. Hunts is kind of how I leveled all of my alt jobs on my main. Like the healers especially. So they're kind of good in Endwalker. There's a quest in this zone that is pretty important, like side quest. I don't know if it's up yet. But it involves Papalimo. And I'm kind of sad they didn't make it like a blue quest. Because there'll be so many people that probably haven't done it because it's just a yellow quest. Yeah, fates definitely. I finished all of my fate grind like probably week 2 of the expansion. The tea set. I'm sure I can guess. What does she want? A lobster? I don't know. She doesn't want a lobster. She wants an omelette. I was really good at this the first time when I paid attention. This is the problem with not reading. He just wants bento and a smile. You can have a lobster. Banter and a smile won't get me a bigger tip. I'm sure Charlene doesn't do something so outdated as tipping. Alizé. Our first actual cutscene of this part.
When our father disowned
Starbucks.
us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian?
Yesterday.
Graham said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently.
The music in all the cutscenes in Endwalker is probably like the best music direction because it's always like there's a bit of sadness, a bit of happiness, you know. Shadowbringers music was pretty good, but The music in Endwalker freaking hits you like a ton of bricks sometimes.
It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
Especially when we get to flow. That's not even fear when that kicks in.
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum.
Interesting.
If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
We should go there. See what we can glean. Pretty proud of that one. Speak with Cryo. Yeah, even though I'm like, I prefer the Shadowbringers overarching story, Endwalker just had more like relevant to life points, especially with all the stuff like COVID and everything happening around the same point. So it definitely hit me a bit more emotionally. That's why I cried like an ugly person in the final zone when I first did it. Because, you know, everyone's gone through loss and all those other real points that Endwalker kind of decided to hit you with. So, Shadowbringers was a different kind of pain. Lead the way. Alright, she walks. This is the Endwalker, after all. We have to walk a little bit. The thing I've always hated in video games is that NPCs, when they're walking, just walk a little bit too slow. Or a little bit too fast. They just can't get it right. I will try to keep up. See, the running's fine. it's the walking that always gets me. Something I had to deal with in WoW as well. Like, every escort was just a tiny bit too quick for you to walk, or a tiny bit too slow. But not fast enough. So I'm glad the running in this is good. I think Guild Wars 2 nails it best out of all the MMOs that I've played, actually. Especially now that they have like voice dialogue during the escort parts. Like your character will just continue to keep talking while escorts are happening, which is great. I did remember to attune Alizé, don't worry. I definitely need to play some Guild Wars 2 in the future, like when I'm done with Savage and all the other stuff that I need to do soon. Because there's a new expansion, and you know, that game didn't get an expansion for like 5 years, so I guess I should try it out in the future. We'll have a year before new Final Fantasy expansion soon, so there'll be time.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation.
Sheep, my peoples.
Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
I kind of enjoy the Labyrinth boss music, even though it's like quirky and weird. I enjoy it.
Not
It's different.
What you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Oh, your Solar just talked so much. She was like streamer mode. She just didn't stop. She didn't even move. She just kept going.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then. Ugh.
That's true.
Did you call to me just now? No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Monka. Now I can't fly here. So we won't try. I'll probably do the Aetherites and Aether quests off stream like I did for Shadowbringers. They get in the way. Everyone's favorite bunny boy. I mean, we have to have one favorite bunny boy because most of them, you know, they got weird moustaches and stuff. It's crazy. I like how Alpha jumped in front of me right there. It's like he also wanted to make sure Cryle's doing alright. Perfectly timed, Alpha. Good job. He cares. You don't like bunnies, Kelly? Or bunny boys, at least. I'm not a fan of them. Like, I'm glad people have the option to play them, but I don't think they were that needed. Hrothgar females, though. Not really my thing, but once again, good that people will have the option. We're a bit overpowered right now. I mean, I am level 82. I have like 2 extra strength or something. First time in Labyrinth Boss was fun. It's an interesting zone. Rat sack. Rat sack for a mouse? We should have brought a mouse sack. Probably would have caught it. Foolish decision. Now, if I remember correctly, it's up here. I'm utilizing my memory at full capacity. That's kind of what I did when I played Classic WoW. Yeah, there it is. I'll just go grab this while I'm here, though. Even though I hadn't played Classic, or like Vanilla WoW for like 15 years, the memory just like instantly returned. It's basically what I'm good at in life, is having a memory that remembers forever. I don't know how useful it is, because I haven't found any reason to, like... It doesn't make me any money. But, why do I have this superpower? I wish I had a useful one. But it is nice. Maybe it will help tomorrow when I do PADs. I did a little PADs last night just to get, you know, used to pressing my buttons in the fight again. I wiped on snakes 3 times. It wasn't me that wiped the party, but we wiped on snakes 3 times and then the party disbanded. Oh yeah, that's a party finder experience, I guess. Clear party, by the way. Like phase 1 clear party. I just wanted some practice in phase 1 and I couldn't even get it. But I mean, the group that I'm trialing with tomorrow will probably be about the same level of practice because most of them haven't raided since like February in P8 anyway. They've been doing top. So I feel like as long as I don't screw up more than other people screw up. Easy trial. It's pretty easy as a tank though. I never found P80s to be difficult. I mean, the only hard fight this tier as a tank was P5, right? Because that's the only fight that has positioning. You just got to make sure your melee can get positionals on P5, and then everything else is literally stand in your correct spot. Hopefully next tier has some more fights that are fun to do as a tank. Because it was basically just target dummies this tier. P6 is like the best target dummy they've ever made in the game, I feel. 100% uptime. P7 you can 100% uptime, but sometimes you get the Minotaur that sends you to like the back of the room and you can't hit it. Unless you use everything. Oh my god, the box just jumped. Yeah. Like, putting the bleeds on the busters was one way of, I guess, getting rid of the invuln meta, but it didn't really change anything. Because outside of PADS Phase 2, they didn't make autos hit very hard. So all they did was change the mitigation around to making it on the tank busters rather than some autos. I guess people got annoyed with all the tethers from P1 through 4 though. But those were actually, like, P3S as a tank was kind of fun because you had to juggle the tethers. While moving the boss. Like, me and my co-tank had a good time figuring out how to... Which bird is the right bird? Is it this red one, or is it that one? I don't remember. I missed though. I missed again. Oh, don't play FPS. Yeah. That's another thing. Tivas have always been janky. As soon as we got to P4S and everyone had to do Tivas, suddenly it was a problem. Sam and I were like, man, we've been doing Tivas for the last fight. Like, we know what we're doing. But waiting for the DPS to get them right, ooh. It was sometimes rough.
A fair shot.
Thank you. It took me 3 attempts.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
There you are. Any new revelations?
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill.
Yes, we caught a bird.
I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
Walk free.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols
Like me.
possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
Mericidia. Interesting. I wonder if we I would like to go to Mericidia next expansion, honestly. It sounds fun. There might be more dragons. It's basically Australia, so I'm prepared. I was living there.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
Giant spiders on everyone's walls.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Alright, mate.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, Mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos.
It's convenient they show you the cave, just in case.
While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
It's easy to get lost.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
I'm glad it's a bit warmer today, but it's still... winter is coming. But yeah, back to your point in Alex Savage. I don't think like tank mechanics have to be crazy, right? But having something to do, feeling like you're part of the fight rather than just standing there taking a tank bust every now and then is pretty important. Did I attune? Yes. Good. Because WoW struggled with that for a long time. I don't know how it is now because I haven't played the last few expansions, but like tank and raid fights was just standing there, you know, getting hit while trying to pump damage. Well, that's how I did it anyway, trying to pump damage. There were a lot of tanks that was just like, I'm just gonna stand here, take some hits. You know, the raid has to do the damage. But my mentality was always pump as much damage as I can. I want to beat some DPS. That's why this game's nice as a tank. Because I'm already looking to try and do as much damage as I can. But there are a lot of fights in this game where you're just a DPS that's taking hits, right? We should get Roach out. He can use some experience. The thing I dislike most about this cave is you go down here for the quest, but the Aether currents in this... so annoying. So, alright, now go back up and get it. Most inconvenient Aether current Endwalker. Heart of Corundum. First use. It isn't really needed, but... It's like smacking things. Whoop. I tried to jump, didn't hit the spacebar. So I am going to go and grab this one while I'm here, because otherwise it is annoying. Because Endwalker still has 8 per zone. Ugh. It's weird because I've had 4 every zone. So now I actually have to do 8. Ugh. So much more work. Ah, beautiful sunny day. It's not actually, it's cloudy. This is like sunny for New Zealand though, so I'm used to it. It's just a regular occurrence. We're about to get to the grapes. The very funny grapes that everyone enjoyed so much. Haha. There they are. But they're high quality now because they updated them. So they're not funny anymore. That's a shame. They were never funny. Like, they do look better, obviously, because they put work into them. But the funny thing now is the Crystarium ones are still the old grapes. Like, no one made a deal about the Crystarium grapes. Not even consistency in the Final Fantasy community. Vote for Pedro. A strange flower. I think when I finish this part of Labyrinthos, before I go to Bevnir, I might have a bite to eat. My stomach grumbled before.
Away, isn't it?
What a giga voice. Holy.
But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true.
So many Rogadins with giga-chad voices.
This ashen grey, for instance, It mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change color. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin.
It is interesting that it's here.
To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Like, you think about how many species of fauna have died in our existence as humanity.
Have you learned aught of interest?
Flora and fauna.
A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we've failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
Maybe.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Archaeum? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member? Or at least a close associate?
It is a good assumption, Y'shtola.
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
I like it.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Crier?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him. Almost. I can almost reach you.
First time I came here, I was like, that's really strange what Kryle's doing. Obviously, I'm a knower now, but like, you know, arriving here, having a headache, and then that. Is Kryle okay? This way. I'm definitely gonna get that account-bound motorbike before the next expansion, just for the mount speed that it provides. Unless they do away with mount speed. Like if the patch notes for 7.0 say, every mount is as fast as it can ever be. But I doubt that will happen because then they won't make money. But having the extra mount speed is definitely helpful. Like for the start of the expansion. Let's go, frogs. There's some green slime up ahead. Radioactive slime. I remember the first time I did this, I got lost. Let's see if I don't get lost this time. Like, I don't remember it being this obvious. Frogs? Anything happening? Nothing happening. I still don't remember where the end point is though. Maybe that's why I got lost, because you get baited by the talking. Any people over here? There it is. A little bit of a run around.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work.
Not weird at all that 3 frogs just parked themselves up, you know, listening to humans talking and stuff. I wouldn't find that strange.
So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Charlian scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Charlian was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
Do you think they ever got those better working conditions? Because I don't think we hear anything about it. I'm going to assume not. Just frogs.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart.
Why is he talking to 3 random frogs?
Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
It's kind of weird.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Oh, I thought I was a frog. Yeah, that makes sense. No wonder. Can't play a toad in my life. He got us. Dude, I'm gonna be like level 83 before I get to the dungeon. At least I won't have the same issue that happened at the start of Endwalker, even though I know dungeon experience was a bit broken at the start. But I didn't actually hit level 90 when I got my first level 90 quest. I was still 89. It was a bit unfortunate. Won't have that issue this time. I was closer, I was like 10% away, but it still sucked a little bit. Like, man, I gotta go run around and do some stuff. Search for Cryle. That's a big... I wonder if there's any people that didn't just go straight for the flowers. Because this is a big circle. I think there's a plane flying over my house. Just heard this like low rumbling and then... a plane engine. It happens from time to time, not too often though. Hello, Cryo. What are you doing? We're really just walking around in the mud over here. Everyone's slouching around.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting.
Oh, thank you.
She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
She?
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Cridolin.
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest.
Which is probably why it could happen here.
After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well.
Because we are pretty close.
Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free, to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow.
I feel like she's telling me not to cry, but I'm definitely going to at some point, so she failed.
Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress. You can't be serious! We've done nothing wrong!
Oh no. It's the, Charlians.
Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Suppression?
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization.
Yeah, I guess she did suppress some of that. I was going to say obstruction I could get behind. We've definitely done some of that, but suppression? That's all on Kryl.
We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities.
True, I even said I was the champion of Eorzea.
Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why?
Is reading a crime now, too?
Well, it depends on the type of reading, doesn't it?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Take us away.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse.
As you wish. Sorry.
But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
He told me to shut the fuck up. He's had enough of streamers bullshit. I think ads are gonna play during this cutscene. Enjoy them. If they do. Blame Twitch.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuno, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, Certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Yep, it's us.
These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
I wouldn't say we're warmongers. We just finish wars. It's not like we're selling product to people.
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man.
Get her, Cryo.
Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
Giga Chad.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age-long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
Just now.
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society.
I like how they're all just sitting here, like, we'll just let them talk, it's fine. Surely this is okay.
And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea.
Convenient.
You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh so important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore.
I always found that interesting when he... It's like... Okay, they're not allowed to talk.
Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
You stole the moment.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
I forgot to watch the cinematic before I started the Endwalker. Oh well. I was just so hyped to get into it.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
This is a long cutscene. It's been like 10 minutes.
Quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, hmm?
I like this guy.
By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order! Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates.
Can't have that.
Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor? Raise your hand. I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed.
It's amazing he can count behind him.
Students, scions, you have heard the forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences.
I think he's just making shit up.
Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
It's amazing they don't put several cutscenes like before you talk to Kryl, do you? Maybe they did, I just forgot, because that was like 20 minutes of cutscenes. I forgot that was that long. We'll go to your home. Grrr. Alizé mad at Alphino. Mad as a... What's the Honey Yellow Squad doing here? Another bunny. Hello, Emiliance, who I have not finished the quest for on my main character. I haven't even started the newer custom deliveries, the ending ones. I should probably do that at some point.
Welcome home, my lady.
I like this guy.
What? What are you gawping at?
Just rich, you know. Scion, he'd call us must seems.
I'll have you know I'm quite fond of the Rising Stones.
Yeah, but we're poor.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alizé, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
I'm finally taller than Emiliance. I'm wearing heels though, so.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats,
the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience.
I would hope so.
But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
Oh, stop it.
Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
Okay. Oh, you see, this one time I travelled across the rift to a different world and fought some ancient being. It was crazy. You had to be there.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
I do like the twins' new gear for this. Pretty good.
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore.
Like, Alizé's gear always looked good though, even the old one. Alphino gets an upgrade though, definitely.
Dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you'd allow me, Master Alphino.
Do not approach me. Imagine. He's like, no.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
New job.
I'm told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man,
but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
She's a master.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
I feel like Amelia Ounce could be everyone's mother. Look at them looking all proud. Like, ah, that's our house. Frickin' rich people, I swear. I don't look at my house like that. It's like, yeah, that's where I live. Just going in there now. Henderson, and then I think we're off to Favnia. But before I go to Favnia, I need the food. Because I'm hungry. And it's nearly 1 PM. So I'll take like a 5-minute break or so. And then come back and do Favnia. Definitely want to try to hit the dungeon today, but I mean, that's the goal, but we'll see. Some of these cutscenes can get a bit long. But I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Yeah. I thought you might have to, Kelly. So if I'm not back before you raid, have a good raid. Good luck on your prog. Don't know what's going on here, classic Charlian. For anyone else, I'll be back when I'm back. I have returned. Ooh. Quite chilly today. But I mean it's every day here. It's kind of weird not having Discord open because it was just broken. I'm just like, nah. There's no reason to have it open. Also, the race to world first going on in World of Warcraft right now. I think a lot of the teams actually finish their splits, so they can go on to the actual running. I'm so glad we don't really need to do that sort of stuff with Savage over here. Like, even splits is just doing the same fights on Savage. Wow, now. Hoping for not too many more interruptions today. I might need to run off for like a few minutes within the next hour just to grab something because there's a package that should be arriving today. Hopefully it's not too disruptive though. Ugh.
Just the four of you, was it?
Sorry, I sniffed in your ear.
I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects.
It's very cold outside.
Oh, well, never mind. If our three travelers could line up here, please.
I feel like going into winter, I'll definitely get a cold.
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
Thanks.
What?
I always enjoyed that part. To Thavnir.
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between two peoples.
Thavnir is very
Cultures
pretty.
bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay for a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have? What chance against such an insidious foe.
My character's not even touching the ground with her hands. She's got hover hands. Feeling great today. Ugh.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
Thanks, Justinian.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let Justinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Oh no, Justinian. I guess it's up to me. I'll be back. I'm coming for you, Justinian. Don't do anything. Don't you spend any money. Deny? What was he gonna buy? Like a... There was something. He does buy a hair tie for expensive. But... I could have read it, sure. Feeling better? Good. So let's say Fafnir takes like 2 to 2.5 hours like Labyrinthos does. I think we get to the dungeon today, definitely. As long as everything else goes smoothly. Then I'm not sure how next week will go because of potential raiding and all that stuff, but I will try to finish the Endwalker 6.0 MSQ next week. Might need to add a few hours to stream. So I can get this character ready for 6.4. The first week of 6.4 doesn't really matter though. There's still time to prepare. During that, it's the Savage week that it needs to be ready for. Over here, maybe. The Dalmatians aren't coming. True. I don't know why I gave him that voice. Gods be damned. Is this a fish selling quest? I'm not very good at this one. I think the first time through I got 2 out of 3. The second time though I got 1, so... And this time I'm gonna do it without reading. We're going in blind. Pretty sure this first guy is just the obvious choice, right? Have some small talk. I had him be like, till then, stay safe. One out of 3 fish. I just don't want to see Matcha look at me sad and stuff, you know? This one was always difficult for me. You want fruit? We need to be direct. Nope. Look, I just know that the second option is the one that I failed on last time, so I tried something new. That girl just wants fruit. It's gonna be hard to sell her a fish. Maybe she can trade the fish for some fruit though. Matcha has yet to arrive. He's literally right there. He was standing right beside me. Unlucky. I'm sorry. We suck. 1 out of 3 is not bad, right, Matcha? Classic 1 out of 3 fish. Hey, at least it's not 0. I'm sure there's someone out there that's had 0. It's not me. I'm just not a good salesman. Thank me. If I was a better salesman, I wouldn't be here. There's a lot of people just hanging out here today. I've hung out here a bit recently because I don't have a house on the starter center, and it has the only good, like, target dummies. So I've been hanging out in this city on my main just to, like, practice hitting the buttons again. Like, all the other target dummies are either really close together or, you know, it doesn't matter what level they are, but when they're too close together, you can't do stuff like double down, stuff like that. Because I also want to see the numbers. There is no sign of Match. Aliens. But of course. Use our superior gunbreaker AoE. This is a lot of cutscenes I can skip right now. After the 30-minute cutscene at the end of Charlian, we get to make up a bit of time. Reading is far too difficult. I remember when Endwalker first came out, this wasn't here. But then the patch they put it in, like, before the Beast Tribe even come out. Sorry, just Tribe. I was like, huh, that's where it's going then, is it? There were just buildings hanging out. Wonder how far I have to go. I probably have to finish Favnir or maybe even the whole story, but wonder how far I have to go to unlock the dailies. Because they would be useful to have. Apologies for the skip. I'm not sorry. It's something I said I would do this playthrough. Anything I have to read is too much. If I had like an extra 2 weeks to do the story, then maybe I would consider reading. Because it does add quite a bit of time. Just because reading is hard. So dark. It's like outside at my house, Weaver. Now we come to the weird place where everyone is dead. Aephorite first. Always Aephorite, unlike when I went through Lakeland and completely forgot the Aephorite to the west of the zone like 4 times, even though I was there. Was I even there if I don't have attunement?
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
Yeah, they're just resting.
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow.
If that's your task, go ahead.
People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
They're frenzied.
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower. Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people?
I'm the champion of Eos here.
You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Oh, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragonkin, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not?
Give me one moment. Like I said, might need to take a few. Hello. Sorry, that should be hopefully the last of the interruptions for today. Had to go outside, so now I'm a bit cold.
I should like to draw a file or two, if so.
Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Dinian's everyone's favourite.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk? As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent a request to your Mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
I've always enjoyed this music, the Raised Hand jam. Every time you zone into Raised Hand and you get that music, it's like, hell yeah. Maybe not as good as it was, you know, now that we've all heard it hundreds of times, but it's still pretty jammy. Thank us. I was thinking just now while I was AFK, I was like, maybe for my VODs channel on YouTube, because it's got like the chapters feature and you can like timestamp everything and click through, maybe I put like AFK tags on the when I'm AFK. Just so people know, you know, if they're watching, they're like, ah, he was AFK for this long. I'll just skip that. I wish VODs on Twitch were better. The fact that we have to use a third-party website, YouTube, to like have good VODs and VODs that stay, you know, stay up, don't go anywhere. Oh, please stand back. Sorry, I wasn't listening. It's pretty bad. Ah, thank you for the ether. Keep going, drunk and deeper. But hopefully having them over there helps a little bit with like discovery and stuff like that. I think if things go well with the new raid tier, I should have, you know, week 1 videos up. So that would be pretty good. Generally the week 1 videos are the ones that get all the views, right? Maybe I can write a guide. I will stand back. I haven't done a guide in a video game for quite some time. I think Guild Wars 2, like 2013 was the last guide I did. It's been 10 years. I know there's a lot of Final Fantasy content creators that do guides, so. I doubt I would put in as much effort into them as some of them. Like, so I don't think it's really worth. Perhaps. I'll think about it. We're about to level. We are. Second level of the day. I've only been in Endwalker for like 3 hours. It's so easy. Of course, we did start really close to 82. So, not like it's a full level, is it? It's so quiet here in Favnia. Like, obviously, you're never gonna have the same experience as when you're doing week 1. Story and stuff. But like, there's people down here that I saw. There's probably a few standing around here, and there's that guy. Compared to like week 1, where everyone's just running backwards and forwards. It's a good time when a new expansion comes out for the video game that you enjoy playing. One I've always enjoyed. I got them. This guy's just doing squats up here. Yep. Just AFK squatting. As you do. Getting a workout while AFK. Pie sucker. I'm glad I'm in Endwalker though, finally. It's a long time coming for this character, especially. I wonder if my Discord's working yet.
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing. Well, he is the most important person in Radzad Khan. Long ago, this island was home to 2 tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves.
Greedy bastards.
It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people. But when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Razad Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
Who's that?
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen? Oh. Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans.
I think Pain Daniel prefers this voice.
And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
Doesn't really suit Asahi's voice, face though, honestly. Hearing his voice just change like that, it's like, okay. Hello, Nadana. I am back. See, they didn't want to make the elephants talk too much, so they just let you skip them all. Reading? No, I do not think so. Ah, this is where we ride. The little dodo. Let us go. I mean, it's a hamster. It was always funny to watch this. like what in the world? I would never ride one of these in real life. That looks very uncomfortable, especially the wings like flapping up your ass. Not to mention, I feel like you'd just fall off, right? I mean, what do you even hang on to? A feather? Yep, the tower. It doesn't need an introduction at all. I hope the extreme in 6.4 is also good. Like, I didn't really enjoy the current extreme, I would say. The one beforehand, lovely. amazing. Fast-paced, awesome. Did that in Party Finder a bit. That's the first extreme I've actually dealt with in Party Finder. Like, I enjoyed it that much. The last one, though, so hopefully the next one's good. I just don't like moving platforms. It's the one mechanic that just does my head in. And here we are. Talk to these peeps. I do like how menacing that thing is. It looks like it's got a face. It's like eyeballs, nose. I mean, maybe it's got more up there. Back on the Hamza. Now I actually have to control this one. See, this ride over to here is kind of... It baits you because there's an aether current up here, which I grabbed the first time I was playing, because obviously you're going to grab the aether current. But then it also dismounts you. So I had to run back down. It's a bit rude, honestly. I think maybe I don't have the mount. I don't have the dodo mount on my main. But I'm assuming it runs the same. The animations are all the same. Whatever that noise was. Tipping the scale. Get it? Because we're dealing with scales. Back to Nadana. Things are about to kick off.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well.
Yes. Just one.
You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
Too much poking and prodding for a Stinian.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea.
It is what he wants to do. It's an interesting way of putting it.
And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
That's a very serious conversation, isn't it?
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
Get him.
What is it? What did you see?
A little rat.
Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds! This is the one!
At long last! Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments! We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
It looks nice, honestly.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot.
Okay.
Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
I can do that. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. I thought about it.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example.
That's fair.
But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Will do.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Time for a run down the beach. So, you know, why would they give you an instant teleport? That'd be too convenient. I was just thinking, if I ever want to change my character's appearance, I've still got the Fantasia from like the level 50 quest. I don't know if I'll ever will. I like this character. She's a cute bunny. The only other thing I would consider is a cat girl, and I've already got 2 of those. Maybe her eyes though. I don't mind them. It goes with the hair. I once got a Fantasia to change the eye color of my character once. Probably the least useful Fantasia ever, but I just wasn't feeling it. It is just a face, right? 100%. Let's head to the Tower of Zot.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now.
Nice.
It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
Okay. God, up close these towers do look pretty cool.
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance. A few more steps.
I just feel like there's like slight fidelity increase with Endwalker cutscenes than there were in Shadowbringers.
Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be.
Like, this looks actually good compared to anything up close in Shadowbringers, which was just a bit of a mess. Now that I went through them back to back.
Focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, This menace will soon give up its secrets.
You sort of see a little increase. It's minor. Hopefully 7-0 brings an even greater one.
What?
See you, Nadana. It's kind of funny, we run in here. You know, there's no enemies to stop us. We come in later, there's enemies all over the place.
Oh, let me go! Oh, let me go! Oh!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
Don't put her in there.
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking.
You move fast.
My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Patrons of old?
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Ascian.
Well, sure.
I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
At your service.
It's a good revelation.
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity.
Especially for those people that, like,
Need met. Day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace.
do Circus Tower every day.
Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe. No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot.
These guys plotting against this guy now.
Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death.
This is true.
In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself.
There it is.
See what lies ahead.
The clone in the Crystal Tower.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
A nice story, Fane Daniel. Where'd you go?
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
Dana, I'll be back. Unless you wish to die, like. You heard me. I definitely enjoyed that cutscene when I saw it first time. It's like so much just went into my brain. Don't have much space in there. Honestly, Final Fantasy XIV story fills up most of my brain these days. Just remembering all the little details. Oh, Nadana. Alright, now a long ride all the way to Radzetan. Get to go see the satrap. Making good time. I think we hit the dungeon in the next hour. It's very good. May have time to do a little bit past it, depending on when we're done with all that. These mobs are always so weird. Not much to speak of down the road though, we're just walking to a city, you know? I'm kind of sad the towers don't stay. Like, obviously. There's a reason, but... They're a nice eyesore. Some eyesores are just terrible, but I don't mind them. They give the world some flavor. Is that the big one? Yep. It's the big one. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the new computer, you know? These mobs just look so much better. Maybe because I'm zoomed in. Generally when I'm MSQing, I like being zoomed in. Seeing all the textures on them. It's a far different environment to raid me. Which is, you know, zoom out, see all the mechanics. Don't see anything else. Hello, Vashan. Radzetan.
A vast rock squats upon Thavner, and to its stony surface clings the city of Radz-at-Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
It'd be awesome if Radzadhan had a lot more people just wandering around the streets.
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear?
Everyone's all dead though now. Perhaps. It just feels like a city that should have like people all over the place, right?
Here we are, Megaduta. It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
We'll have time.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside.
It's a nice little walk into the city though. Makes it feel like you've arrived somewhere important.
Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid.
Hello, His Excellency.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Radzadhan.
Hello, Ahawan.
Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
Not everything went to plan.
I assume you speak of Nidana. A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not.
No.
This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
A great worm.
I am Vritra, and for for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's Sorma's spawn, I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive with the Aura, adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility.
Classic humans.
When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radzat Han.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh.
I need to look into this frickin' graphical bug that I'm
Body
getting.
before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Radzat Han. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another. Yet did neither one of us bear his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radzat Han. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
and thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Padelthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales.
Would be pretty handy.
I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Charlian is in order.
All right.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
He's already gone.
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Radzat Han, I see no reason to refuse. No.
I interrupted him.
I am in thy debt.
Sometimes, you know, you got your finger on the mouse button and your brain's just like... Damn Skipper. Skipper brain got me. They're in Charlian? Yes. Well, close those things. I set my return point to Charlian. Might need to stand up for a little bit before we get to the dungeon. Even though I've been up and down all day, like, I've already had 2 relatively lengthy breaks. I was pretty tired when I started stream this morning, so... Gotta keep the energy somehow. In the dark of the tower. That's a good picture of Garuda. I want it.
Your time in Thavner has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavner.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Frodola's report, they were unable to free the Emulger. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Ifrit.
Yep.
What does it tell us that the spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal. Thus, the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope, and I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostola, and myself.
But Ystola's a black mage now. She dropped the conjury.
The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodra by a considerable margin.
Are you sure Alphino is in the right group?
If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armament to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
You're gonna have to wait for that.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Rads at Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Good luck with that. Never going through there again. Scions are ready for battle. Port over here. Accept the quest. I did take a short break, because I need to stand up so I don't fall asleep. No. Not falling asleep, I keep looking at the time and I'm like, oh. I don't really have anything else to do today, but I feel like I've been awake all day even though I haven't. Getting out of bed was a struggle this morning. Like, I woke up to my alarm, and then I set my alarm for 45 minutes later, and I still didn't want to get out of bed when it went off again. It's feeling mega lazy. Oh, I could also get free lines if I'm super lucky later on. I don't really want free lines because I'm not level capped and I can't get the gold certificate, but there's a chance it could happen. Could also get 0 lines. I need to see if I can find someone to sell the gold certificate to on my main. I don't think I'll use it myself. Pinta melding's pretty easy. Or I'll just put it up on the market board for 20 million on day one and I'm sure it will sell. I've seen it happen before. The Tower of Zot. Might turn the AC on as well to get some heat in here. Hands are starting to get a bit cold. But like I said, I'm gonna take like a 5-minute break before doing this dungeon. So I shall be back momentarily. Probably grab something to eat, turn the heat on, visit the toilet, all the stuff, so we're prepared to just go to the end of stream afterwards. Hello again. Nice. Of course, the first time I open my mouth to speak, my throat wants to kill me. I got myself a custard square and a cookie, and that was my food. Hell yeah. I wonder if Serp's on today. Doesn't look like it. Unlucky. I know Kelly's on, but he's in tea. I'm a bit chilly now, but I do have the heater on and it's starting to warm up, so hopefully I'll stop freezing. Let's get into here. It's been a while since I did Tower of Zod, actually. I was thinking earlier I should have got Dragoon to 81. Utilize the experience a little bit. Because, you know, Gunbreaker's already 83. Useful, but not as useful. Hopefully it warms up fast, because, whoa. I have the windows open in the kitchen, because it gets a bit damp in there sometimes with the weather, but... So it was pretty cold in there. I think this is, yeah. This trash ends here, if I remember correctly. Random's nice. Sometimes it feels like you're playing a warrior when you got Heart of Corundum in dungeons. Whoa. Xcog and Heart of Corundum just both healed me. Bit of a waste, but oh well. I feel a lot safer doing it with Heart of Corundum than I did my first playthrough when I was level 81. This dungeon near the end was a little bit scary. Mindaruva. Thanks for shooting me and not the allies. What was fire? The standing one, okay. the Reaper just ported to his death. Holy. Shit, I wasn't watching what that one was, but it's Blizzard, so I'm gonna assume. Yeah. But it takes a little while. Fire, so we're going to that one. Not yet though. I like the fights in the air, they're fun. We'll just use a corundum, it should be fine. We should have known, you know, a tank buster with a freaking poison on it. We should have known what was to come in the future. That's all they've done this Savage tiers. Tank busters with poison. I'll wait for the door to open. Hopefully less bleed busters next here, because they, you know, they get rid of the old cheese, but they're not that exciting. Just gonna rip this. I wish this mob would stop walking at me. Be nice. Stop it. He just wants his balls on my face, dude. Has to be one of the worst features with big mobs in this game in dungeons. Its music goes pretty hard. I do enjoy it. Maybe we can get some 520 gear for our alt jobs. Won't have to buy any, you know, tome gear. Not that I'm gonna have many alt jobs on this character. Use this and then hold a little bit of No Mercy. And do it now. For some reason I immediately thought I could continuation. I'll reprise all this because people get hit. The animation. This one. Having Corundum again is so good. I missed you, Corundum. God, some of the animations that happen when your character's locked is funny. Now he gets time stop with no hit. Easy. Oh, he leveled. Nice. I either do level or I'm really close to leveling when I finish this dungeon. Now for the fun trash. Because it's all so big. And it hits hard. It's like trying to just get it nice and neat on top of each other. Nope, that ain't gonna work. Da 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 da. Where the hell is that guy wandering to? Just goes wherever the hell he wants. I wasn't meant to freaking Heart of Light there. I accidentally pressed that one. Can still shoot myself in the face if I need to, but I should be alright. It's much easier than doing it without Corundum. It's no paladin or warrior tank, but it's up there. Mega Sisters, we are here. I really enjoyed this fight the first time I went through it. It was nice. Like, there's so much happening. Let's do it. I did just overkit my cartridges, but I wasn't paying the most attention to it. I was looking at spectacle. Get my dot on her before she jumps away. Hell yeah. Good movements, boys. Like, this is a good fight. There's so much going on all the time. It's crazy. For a dungeon, it's like... Alright, rude. Try to drag her over, she's like, nah. I'm just gonna tank Bussy over here. Good dungeon though. Honestly, very strong start to the expansion for this dungeon. They're all pretty good this expansion though, in my opinion. Until you get to the post story. Some of them ones could be better. We are very close to leveling. Loot first, just in case. Give the bard the commendation. Say we're the one that stayed. I got 2. Hell yeah.
Is everyone all right?
I'm alright.
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Ishtola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point.
I definitely need to figure out why this graphical thing is happening.
This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it.
It's pretty bad here, let me say that.
'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
Hmm.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
Classic Estinian.
And that should be the end of it.
What now?
Well, we fucked up.
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive?
Should have told us beforehand.
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
Giga Chad Tia. Man, it's raining as well. We land in the sand with the rain. That's terrible. You don't want rainy sand on you. Gets everywhere.
Oh, what happened? Where are we?
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood, but 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Graha took all the pain.
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
That's a lot of elephants.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
He's a good boy.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
At the same time, I hope you've got more men. That's a lot, dude. It's like at least 50. Some of them are gonna have to stay here, I think. What a task that would be, taking them back to the city. Like, you gotta get a boat, but then you need a boat for like every 2 because they're big. And the boats are kind of small, not gonna lie. Maybe it could fit 3 or 4 at a squeeze. You gotta get yourself on the boat. We're gonna need a lot more boats. And then how do you even get them to the city? Like, holy sh... Got wagons. It's an arduous task, I must say. Let me just Alt-tab for one moment. Just want to see how we're doing. I mean, we're doing pretty well. I wanted to get the dungeon done today. There are 2 quests now before we start the next sort of quest line. I think if I could reach the thing right before Garlemald, I think I'd be pretty happy. It's doable. Here we are. Had to do something while going down that road. It's so long. Let's go, Estinian. Am I able to attune here yet? I can't remember when you're able to attune. But it might be a bit later. It's just very inconvenient. Because the zone's pretty big. I don't think so though, because it's sending me that way, right? But I need to see. We do have to make sure. Nope. Unlucky. It's nice to see people in the city. You never see that in Oceanic servers. Maybe like 1 or 2 people. Man, we got really close to 84. Holy. We will not want for experience this playthrough. Almost walked into a door. It's alright, even if we can't attune, we can grab all these little ones for when we can. I'll even get this one. Bahafaraz. I like that name. Bahafaraz. So I have forgotten the length of any cutscenes upcoming. But I think if I get to... maybe not go to Garlemald, but get to the start of it. So before the solo instance and stuff. I think we should be able to do that within an hour. Maybe. This is like a half-hour cutscene to go. I think we do have to go back to Charlene at some point, you know, they like talking. First day of Endwalker progress has been good though. Welcome back, Graha.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Man needs beauty sleep.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Thanks, mate.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales.
We'll take it.
Accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzatan.
It's a good reward.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzat will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
Bit gross.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom you must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort.
Okay.
'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsummer did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydaelyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
Always nice listening to a dragon talk, you know, it's gripping. You don't want to interrupt it. And it's especially nice with Vritra because it's English. I don't even need to read it, I just get to listen.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Like, you know, sometimes I'll interrupt the talking in the cutscene to share my own thoughts or something, but whenever Dragon's talking, it's like, nah, I'll shut up.
There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
It is me. I only wish he could be here with us now. Where is that little guy?
I know of his clash with Omega and the long slumber which was his price. Yet even closed in sleep, my father's eyes are far from blind. He is watching over thee, watching over this world. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsummer's trust, but alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
Everyone around me does die. Ooh, maybe it's my fault. But everyone dies. Can't be helped.
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
I was talking to Dragon.
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
If I met a dragon in real life, I'd want to talk to it all day. They exist, copium. It would be fun. Just chatting with a dragon, understanding them. Level 84. We now have 2 Auroras. And what's the other trait we get? More damage. Nice. Always good to have more damage. 2 Auroras is very good though. I do like that a lot. It's especially nice in raids. One day I'll have 2 Heart of Corundums. Could you imagine they give tanks like double freaking party mitigation tools? 2 reprisals. Oh, we got a card. I don't think any of this is ever going to be useful because it's level 81. Even though it could be useful for retainers, it's still level 81. So I don't know if I want to hold on to it. I guess I can just slam it into a retainer, like my fending retainer. Can hold on to it. Do I get to touch the Aephorite now? Let's see. Nope. Not yet. Alphino's just like, this is the Aephorite Plaza. You can't do anything with it, you loser.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Hell yeah.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations.
That's a better idea.
Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
An earthquake was coming our way.
Nidana, you're awake.
Reminds me of a story from my youth.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
Hmm.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true?
Yeah.
Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
My flower glows. Not grows.
Look at that. Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there? How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities.
Limit break.
That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation.
It's more than what we
You have
had.
Nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Charlian then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Thanks. I was just thinking while this cutscene's going, I do feel sleepy. So I think sooner rather than later, I'll be bringing the stream to an end for the week. After I hand in this quest at Baldician, potentially. Because even though I wanted to push on a few more to get to Garlemald, I think we can leave that until we stream next week. We've made good progress. I'm enjoying Endwalker. You know, obviously I've played through it before, but it's nice, it's chill. I mean, it's chill right now, but we know what's coming. Sadness, despair, depression, all the bad things.
Take heart and protect them well.
Who knocks on my door? Everyone.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Food is good. Speaking of food, chicken and rice for dinner tonight. I know it's not for everyone, but I like chicken and rice. Graha's burger. I could go for a burger, honestly. That looks good. Other than the tomato. Not a fan of tomato.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
He's just not much of a social person.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
What? To perfect his brooding stare?
Naturally.
Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
I bet Alizé's the only one who could make that happen.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
You would know, Cryle. You and Tataru hounded that man for weeks.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Cryle, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it?
Something like that.
Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt, the relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed, and in turn I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Tlofuroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
Those are the kind of cookies that I have.
Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was
I have a lot. All for myself. No Graha.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion.
I feel like she was offering him the half of the cookie there, but...
They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
But who knows?
Oh.
He is a short cat boy. Shall we call it a night?
One last cup of tea then. Dickon said this brew helps relax the mind before bed. And gave us some leaves for free.
It's a nice get together before shit starts hitting the fan. Speaking of.
Ah! Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavner has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon the ether.
I wonder when they're gonna put Xenos' gear on the Morgue station. Because I feel like it would sell pretty well.
If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
He loves me.
No. All else is equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more, and then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn, burn, let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
And Daniel's like,
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting too was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
On Wings of Hope. I'm not going to pick up the next quest because, like I said, I want to leave the story there for the day. I wonder if I can sell these. And maybe the coffers as well. How's this katana look? It's okay. Put that gear in my retainer. Just in case. I mean, she's definitely got a lot of space. $370. You gotta try sell everything, right? $290. It's funny because like they're only up in twos, so that from the MSQ every time. We'll see if those are worth selling as well. They have been in the past. I made an alright amount of money during like Heavensward and Stormblood on this character, just selling these items. But these are level 80 items, so it's... I'm not sure how sellable those are going to be. One sold yesterday. I do need to go through these and lower the prices on some of them though, because as you can see I have a lot of them still. I'm gonna put that for the big price because it has sold for that. The undercut is just stupid. Some people in the undercuts, they want that instant money. My undercuts are all tiny. 33 should be doable. I think I have enough energy in me to do a leveling roulette before I end stream, so I'll probably finish with that. Story is done for today, however. Next time story happens will be next week, hopefully. Obviously, I've got my static trial tomorrow. So, more raids might happen next week than this week. So just in case there's like any disruptions with story, that is why. Hopefully not too much though. I do need time to get through Endwalker and get my ult ready to raid, so if the static trial goes well and I'm like, alright, I need time to play the game so I can't raid every day, I'm sure they would understand. Especially because they want to do like week 1 ult raid a little bit. Because obviously I could rush it, but it's stream content. Hulk mana. Okay. Let's do it. I have one button in these dungeons. Overpower. I will get key. There's people focusing on that so I can stun other mobs for mitigation. Classic overpower spammer. I don't remember if we need this key, but it doesn't really matter. I think we just need one. And you get one downstairs. Ha 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 ha. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. Ah. The sound of your wrist starting to ache. When I just spam 1, 2, 3 in this game, it does make my arm hurt. The Reaper knew. He knew I was gonna stun. He didn't even move. He had such faith. I'm glad. I want to grab this key. Grab the key. Someone. Someone grab the key so I can leave. No one's grabbing the key. Unfortunate. Now the healer's gone AFK. There we go. You. It's like the biggest trash pack in the dungeon. I guess I should make it so I actually get a Wondrous Tales seal from this. It's probably worth. So I'll be 78 after this dungeon. Not sure if I'll hit 79 from like the MSQ roulette that I'm probably gonna do a bit later, but hopefully close. Oh, he didn't, you know, he ran away that time. He didn't believe. Ice spikes, who cares? It's not Palace of the Dead, you can keep hitting through it. I was thinking once about being like, maybe I go for Necromancer on this character as well at some point. I didn't stream my Necromancer run, so maybe I'll do it in the future on stream. Like the last 50 levels at least. Anything before that's pretty chill. I mean, even the last 50 levels are pretty chill on a warrior. 180 is the only hard floor. Everything else was one shot. Damn, we are pumping this. Just getting absolutely slain. Can't stun this one, sadly. Nice quick dungeon. Kill her before she leaves. Nice. I do need that, but I don't really care, so they can have it. 2 more commendations for me. And level 78. The warrior is growing. Slowly, but surely. I get like 6 Fae quests tomorrow because of this. So that will be handy. Bit more experience. I got my MSQ later, and if it's a dungeon... Oh, is it happening? Like... if this happens, I'm gonna be so sad. I just want to take a screenshot of this. Because I am not level 90. Which means the best I can get is 1,000,000 MGP. Granted, 1,000,000 MGP is pretty good, but I'm likely to take the silver certificates because I can then like give them to my main, right? I can buy stuff that I don't have. But holy shit. I swear, if this happens, I'ma be Imagine getting 3 lines for the 3rd time ever, but it being on a character that can't even utilize the gold certificate. That would be so sad. It would make it so I don't need any more silver certs, because I believe I have 8 on my main. I've got 1 here, so that's 12, which I think buys everything that I need. Because I can buy the minions on this character if it has some. I don't know, I'll have to look though. It's crazy though. The potential is there. It's not going to happen on this stream. You probably won't see the result of it. But I'll probably talk about it next time I stream, no doubt. But anyway, thanks for chilling today. And by chilling I mean actual chilling because it's freaking cold. Even with the heater on, my hands are still cold. I'm gonna go work out, relax, get some food, all that. And then probably do a little bit of... I don't know if I'll do any PF tonight. I can't really be bothered after what happened yesterday. But I'll do a little bit of Gunbreaker practice. Maybe a little bit of Warrior practice, because I think the 2 tanks that I'm most willing to play next patch is Warrior and Gunbreaker. Warrior's pretty good on week 1 prog, especially because of all the MIT that it can provide for the team. But Paladin also, maybe I need a little bit more practice at that, because it's been... I only played Paladin 1 time in PADS during 6.3. So... well, not even 6.3, I think it was 6.25 that got reworked, right? So, my Paladin... current Paladin gameplay is... I wouldn't say that good, because it's been a long time since I've actually played it. Warrior and Gunbreaker have been my focus. Because if Paladin becomes a Giga Chad DPS tank going into 6.4, then I'll probably play it. Whatever is the best DPS behind Dark Knight. I'm going to assume behind Dark Knight. Let's be real, Dark Knight's been pretty broken all expansion. It's probably not going to be fixed. But whatever tank is behind that, I might end up playing for week 1. I don't really have a... Obviously I have a preference. I love Gunbreaker, but Warrior and Paladin are right there now as well. I want to get good at all of them. I don't really love Dark Knight, but I do want to get good at it. So in the future, I can have, you know, good passes for all of them. But Dark Knight will be like the last one that I focus on, I think, because it just hurts my wrist and arm to play. Just 1, 2, 3 spamming too much. But that's me for the week. Thank you for hanging out with me this week. We did a lot. We completed Shadowbringers. We are now in the Endwalker. Level 84 on the Gunbreaker. We'll get to meet this bird hopefully next week. But we'll see. If you want updates on if a stream's ever happening, you're welcome to join the Discord. I only really post there if I'm not going to be streaming that day. So you can just assume there will be a stream if you don't hear anything else. There's also like YouTube channels and everything. I've got to sort out my links so I can just post them in the chat. But yeah, thanks for watching. Hope you all have a good night or day depending on where you are in the world. What is that? Oh, it's a melon. I need to do Eureka Orthos later on, like in the future. Especially because I enjoy deep dungeon delving. That'll probably happen after like fully complete Savage Tier Bis and stuff like that. But yeah, have a good weekend everyone. Wish me luck in raid stuff. And I'll see you the next time I see you.